www.ringsidelive.com to view all the shows this week, courtesy of Avera Health. Third and final. Okay, as we get started here at the Sioux Empire Livestock Show in Ring A for the Prospect Calf Show, we'll be starting with Class 1 market heifers. We have 3 exhibitors: Naomi Colvin of Pipestone, Minnesota, McCade Tews, Jackson, Minnesota, and Grace Schuerman of Nevada, Iowa. 3 exhibitors, please be making your way to the ring. At this time as well, we'd like to welcome our judge in Ring A, Parker Hennelly. Parker is from Stillwater, Oklahoma, and serves as the livestock judging team coach and the Dr. Robert Bob Todesek Endowed Chair Fellow at Oklahoma State University. Parker coached the 2021, 2022, and 2023 National Champion Livestock Judging Team and was named Coach of the Year in 2021 and 2022. And was named Best of Barnes Best Senior College Livestock Judging Team Coach. Currently, along with coaching, Parker serves as an extension specialist focused in beef cattle management and youth livestock selection and education. He received his master's and PhD from the University of Illinois while focusing his research in nutrition and management strategies for heifer and bull development systems. Parker was a member of the livestock judging team at Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he received a bachelor's degree in animal science. Parker is originally from Central Missouri, where he and his family still raise Angus and Charolais cattle. Parker and his family have bred or exhibited several national or reserve national champion Charolais cattle. Parker and his wife, Christy, have 2 children, Norman and Charlotte. Parker has judged livestock shows in 33 states, Canada, and Mexico. Please give our judge for the day, Parker Hennelly, a round of applause. The ring is Class 1 of market heifers, 3 exhibitors: Naomi Colvin, McCade Tews, and Gracie Schuerman. Class 2 market heifers, please be making your way to the show ring: Grant Shipoff, Cale Englund, and Aubrey Wallace.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back here with you. We're looking forward to having a great day and sorting through the Prospect Steer and Market Heifer Show today. I think we've got a big group of them, so we're going to keep things moving today and enjoy it and have fun. But our first class of Market Heifers has a pair that are very nice up here on top. The gold-colored heifer here is just a little bigger and more extended in her kind. I like how she's a little longer out of her hip. She balances up just a shade better from the profile. And I think when you get behind her, she still has enough muscle and shape and dimension to her. And that's why I went with just her length of side, her length of hip, her extension up front to win this class there. A nice little heifer to lead off. Good job to you. Young man's got a highly presented little black and white heifer here that's a little bigger ribbed, more moderate frame, and just a maybe even a little thicker made package. I really appreciate that. It's got a cool look up through the front end there. This heifer gets a little rounded out of her rump. She's maybe just not as comfortable in motion. That's where I'd change her, but I definitely could see that pair being very close and flipped around there. Love the width, the chest, the barrel, the rib in that specific heifer there. This gray and white Baldy here is long and extended. She's probably going to be the biggest one of those three down the road. This one, though, gets a little frailer and plainer in her kind than a few, but overall, congratulations to everybody in Class 1 of the day.
First place, Class 1, Market Heifer of the Sioux Livestock Show goes to Gracie Schuerman. Second goes to McCade Tews. And third goes to Naomi Colvin. If you're a first place winner, we will bring everyone back for the champion Market Heifer, so please stay close. Now entering the ring is Class 2 of Market Heifers. We have three exhibitors, Grant Shipoff, Cale Englund, and Aubrey Wallace. Do you have friends or family that couldn't make the trip to Sioux Falls? They can stream every show on Ringside Live. Visit ringsidelive.co. Be sure to check out the many vendors located throughout the building. Vendors include Real Tough, Nodak Sharpening, Red Barn Creation 605, and many more. And today's show would not be possible without the following sponsors. Show ring sponsors, Midwest Communications. Elite level sponsors, C&B, First Premier Bank Premier Card. Trophy level sponsors, Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy, and Prairie Farms. And the banner level sponsors, Sanford Health. Friend of the show sponsors, Julie and Greg Hammer. Thank you again to the show sponsors. Now in the ring is Class 2 of the Market Heifers, Grant Shipoff of Sibley, Iowa, Cale Englund, Orange City, Iowa, and Aubrey Wallace of Harris, Iowa. Class 3, please making your way to the gate.
Class 2 here has got three heifers that all have a lot of good to them. I've elected to go with this smoke-colored heifer up here to my right. I think, this one has got a ton of quality when you study her from the side. She's really good balance. She's awesome bodied. Where she's a little better than the 1 and 2 is just her foot and how she goes to the ground on her hind leg. She probably stays a little square inside of herself and does it just with a nice rib, a big stout enough hip in her. I'd maybe just I wish she'd just show a little better so I could see her get out and travel. I think she's sound, but maybe I'd change her a little bit out of her shoulder. But for the most part, I think everything still fits together really good. When the cattle are stopped here, this black and white one looks like she's very close. She's little-necked. She's huge rib. She's kind of big-ended. She's a heifer that runs downhill and hit me just a little quicker than maybe her kind, and I'd like to change up just how her rear foot sets down to the ground there in her pastern, but I love the body, the neck, and the rump in that heifer there. Big pieces on a pair of very nice heifers on the top end of this class. Then we're going to get into another black and white one that's got as much muscle as anything in the group, real shapely and powerful. I want to square her up. She kind of pulls in at her hock. She gets a little tighter and more restricted in motion. Those are the big things, but I think a heifer that certainly has a lot of good to her.
All right, Class 2 winner of the market heifers. First place goes to Aubrey Wallace. Second goes to Cale Englund. And third goes to Grant Shipoff. A reminder, if you're a class winner or second, please stick around as we'll do a champion market heifer. Now entering the ring, Class 3 of the market heifers. In this class, we have 8 heifers. Briley Hoda of Adrian, Minnesota. Elena Olson, Irene, South Dakota. Brinley Fallon, Kelsey Ayert of Lake Park, Iowa. Paisley Weltheimer, Sac City, Iowa. Ruby Kramer, Fulda, Minnesota. Tacey Ossifort, Slayton, Minnesota. And Morgan Reese of Wilmot, Minnesota. Class 4, please be making your way to the show ring. Now in the ring is Class 3 of the Market Heifer Show. In the ring now is Class 3 of Market Heifers. Briley Hodap, Elena Olson, Brindley Fallon, Kelsey Ayert, Paisley Weltheimer, Ruby Kramer, Tacey Ossiford, and Morgan Reitz. Class 4, please be making your way to the show ring. Our judge in ring A is Parker Henley from Stillwater, Oklahoma, and a judging team coach at Oklahoma State University.
I believe our third class of market heifers here has the most that we've seen in the 2 days I've been here in one class, and these are good heifers. This heifer that leads off, I think, does so for me comfortably, and I think the one in second's really good too. But this heifer, not only is her rib and her body type so good in the way she goes from her shoulder to her forerib, back into her flank. I like the length of hip this heifer has compared to maybe the next two. She balances up really nicely, and she's still very powerful and square and genuine all the way to the ground there. You know, I think the one in second's probably a little bigger featured in terms of her foot size and maybe a little more aggressive in her muscle shape, and that's what I like about this one, but that one's no slouch in those areas, and I think a very good heifer to lead off. This one here, when you get on top of her, she is big forearm, she is round ribbed, and she's square out of her shoulder, big in her hip and stifle. I think there's a lot of shape. I like her length of body. She's real long there and still long up in her front end. What I would change in her is when you put her in motion, she doesn't maintain her hip as well. She's a little shorter hip. She gets a little rigid in her hind leg. She's probably just not as athletic as that one that wins, or probably just as good and true in her flank and body depth. But I think that one's neat. Forearm, roundness of rib, back shape, length up front's all really good. Just want to loosen her up there out of her hip and hind leg as she goes. This one's body type's a little more like the one that wins the class in terms of just a little softer, more mellow kind of a look to her. I appreciate that. She's a dense made kind of a heifer. When you watch her go away from me, she wants to pull this hock in here. She gets a little rounder right out of her rump. I didn't think maybe kind of somewhere between those first two, but maybe not just quite the standout pieces that either of them had. But again, still very good heifer. You know, I know I'm a market heifer, but certainly one if you were going to make show steers down the road. Still some positives in all three of those cattle up there. We're going to get into a jag of them here that have some trade-offs. This heifer is big-ribbed, muscular, and long-necked. She's a little off out of her hip and hind leg and hit me a little quicker in her maturity pattern, but I did like her muscle shape a little better than the white-footed one coming here. This one's got a little more of a breeding heifer kind of look to her, a little longer, smoother, deeper. All those things are true. Probably a bigger in her kind than that one. I think if breeding heifer show, I'd say, you know, we could justify some things. I want to change her hoof shape, foot shape, and then I'd like to see her with more muscularity, more stoutness all the way through the lineup there. You know, this next heifer here, I wasn't sure where to put her. You could justify moving her up a spot because she's big bone, long bodied, neat fronted. But she's a little high tail headed, but today she's limping a little bit. It looks like she's maybe got to touch a foot rod or something. I don't think it's something that's to her detriment long term. I think today, though, she's holding her foot there a little bit, and I could see you working her down further because of that. I don't think it's a permanent thing there, just got a little tentative foot. Then we get into a real thick-made, moderate one here that's a little rounder in her kind. And then we got a bigger, longer, more extended black heifer here that just comes apart a little down her top line. I'd like to change them two up a little structurally also. Congratulations to everybody there on a good class, a deep class.
All right. Winning Class 3 is Elena Olson of Irene, South Dakota. Second goes to Brinley Fallon. Third, Ruby Kramer. Fourth, Morgan Reitz. Fifth, Paisley Weltzheimer. Sixth, Riley Hodap. Seventh, Kelsey Errett. And eighth, Tacey Ossifert. And a reminder to all exhibitors, please make sure you have your back number on when you enter the ring. Your livestock show support staff appreciates that. All right, now entering the ring, Class 4 of the market heifers. We have 6 heifers in the ring. Cami Shrunk of Anthon, Iowa. Seth Sundal, Baltic, South Dakota. Kaysen Van Briesen, Boyden, Iowa. Kira Knobloch, Rock Rapids, Iowa. Clayton Pribble, Milligan, Nebraska. And Levi Sitzman, Lamars, Iowa. Class 5, please be making your way to the show ring. And then we have Class 6 as our last one of market heifers. So again, if you were a class winner or in the second slot of the market heifers show, please be hanging out around the show ring because we're going to get through this in a good time. So right now in the ring is Class 4. In the ring now is Class 4 of the Market Heifer Show. Cami Shrunk, Seth Sundell, Kason Van Briesen, Kira Knobloch, Clayton Pribble, and Levi Sitzman. Class 5, be making your way to the ring.
Well, this is a very good class, and I encourage you, those two gentlemen that are going to be 5th and 6th in this class, they've got pretty nice heifers, and they fell into a challenging class with a lot of good heifers. This black heifer that I'm going to lead off the class, I think suits me very well again. I like, compared to the one in 2nd, I think this heifer's a little cleaner up through her front end. She's a little bit looser and more correct in her structure. And her length of stride, how she holds and maintains her balance and motion is what separates this pair here. I think this is one that's got an awesome look of balance here, really correct structured, and has plenty of muscle. I would say that's not her outlandish kind of advantage over all cattle. I mean, I think she's stout enough. When she goes away, she maybe comes in just a little at her hock. But I think there's still plenty of shape and dimension and stoutness there. There's just another couple of them behind her that may be a little denser and bulkier. But I love that one's look, that one's structure, that one's length of side and length of front end. Very, very nice lead-off heifer there. I mentioned the word, but this heifer here next is bulky and dense and stout in her feature. I really like that. This one has got a big, stout hip in her. She's wide and square and muscular, really, really powerful. Got even just a stout kind of head and muzzle to her. I appreciate that. And her forearm, her foot are big. When you get this heifer out and moving, her neck doesn't come up out of her shoulder. She just gets a little rounder. Her tail head pops up out of her hip a little bit. Those little subtlety things is what sorted a good pair there. But I definitely like the density and the bulk and the mass of that heifer there. This white one, I think, is awesome bodied. I love her rib, her flank. She's a loose made heifer still with that. I think one that would be fun to breed on. I know these are market heifers, but they got some neat parts to her from just a mass, a bulk, a softness standpoint. She's a little plain up through her front end is where I'd like to change this one. Just her front third, how that all ties in there, make her a little bigger and more extended. This next heifer is going to be the biggest one of all of those. She's big boned, she's long bodied, she's got a lot of growth potential to her. I appreciate that. Two things, she's a little deeper in her throat latch than ideal. When you compare that with her not maybe having enough just true rib and body and flank, it throws her proportions out of balance a little bit there. But I love the big feature, the long body, the length of side that she possesses. Then we get into a real thick-made, big-topped, neat-fronted heifer here that's just a little too rigid going behind out of her hip and hind leg. And then we got a gray heifer here that's a little bigger-footed and boned, a little smoother out of her hip, but one that maybe just gets a little tight in her top line, still's a little rigid moving for me, and I didn't think she quite had the muscle of that black and white one. But certainly very close there and good cattle to round out her class.
All right, winning Class 4 goes to Clayton Pribble. Second, Kyra Knobloch. Third, Cammie Shrunk. Fourth, Kason Van Briesen. Fifth, Seth Sundahl. And sixth, Levi Sitzman. Now entering the ring, Class 5 of the Market Heifer Show. We have 3 exhibitors: Peyton Hodop, Adrian, Minnesota; Lennon Peterson, Terrell, Iowa; and Kara Schiltz, Esterville, Iowa. In Class 6, be coming to the ring. Immediately after Class 6, we will do our Market Heifer Division Championship Drive.
Okay, well, we get into Class 5 of our market heifers. This little gray heifer that's going to lead off or smoke one, I think is a really good kind of heifer here. She's got a good body type. She's got a lot of muscle to her. She's thick. She's looks like she'll be good feeding kind. That's still sound enough. And I think just really looks like a good market animal should at this stage of the game. Dense, wide, powerful, still a decent enough look. I don't know if she just hooks up everything quite down her top line, like maybe a couple of them we've had, but man, that heifer does a lot of really nice things, and we'll talk about her. Really well presented. This black one's similar. She's long-sided. She's a big boned heifer coming next here. This young lady's doing a good job. Got a real nice shape down her top. This heifer gets a little tighter in her pastern, a little plainer up front, but a good kind of a heifer. We got a red heifer that's another big framed, extended one that may be a little deeper bodied than the one ahead of her. She gets a little rigid moving too. I want to loosen her up structurally, but a very thick, powerful kind. Good job to you three.
All right, give them a round of applause. Class 5 market heifer winner goes to Kara Schiltz. Second goes to Lennon Peterson, and third, Peyton Hodop. Now entering the ring is our 6th and final market heifer class. We have 4 exhibitors: Clayton Pribble, Milligan, Nebraska; Cole Reynolds, Auburn, Iowa; Leah Ringcobb, Mobile, Iowa; and Luke Knudsen of Esterville, Iowa. Immediately after that, we will select the champion and reserve market heifer. So if you were a class winner or in the second place calf, please be making your way up for the market heifer drive after class 6. Again, our judge for today is Parker Henley. And this, please let your friends and family know that the show is being live streamed on Ringside Live, courtesy of Avera Health. And there's also many vendors located throughout the building: Real Tough, Nodak Sharpening, Red Barn Creation 605, and many more. In the ring now is class 6 of market heifers. We have 4 entrants: Clayton Pribble, Cole Reynolds, Leah Ringcobb, and Luke Knudsen. Following the selection of the and placing of class 6, we will go right into our champion division winner of the market heifer show.
Well, our final class of market heifers here, a little more challenging, maybe up top. These 2 cattle up here, they're really bulky and dense made cattle. I'd like to change both of them a little structurally speaking, and so when they kind of pull themselves together here on the profile, I see a little more look and balance and eye appeal in this black heifer here. I like her length of side, or length of hip, or length of front end, maybe compared to the one in second. I think she's a really wide-chested, square, bulky heifer too that still has some advantages in areas of just genuine skeletal width. She needs to be changed a little in motion. She drops her loin, gets a little awkward in her spine, maybe gets a little wide stepping from behind, but I think one that's got a good rib and body type to her. This heifer here is really big-ended, big hip, big stifle, big ribbed kind of a heifer. She just doesn't, I would like to change her out of her hip and hind leg. and just to loosen her up there as well, but love the body and the density that she has there too. Big old bone, black and white one that's big square out of her hip. This heifer gets a little just straight and coarse in her joint work. I don't know if everything fits together properly on her, but definitely big features and big pieces. Then we're going to round out the group with this black heifer, standing still. I think you could argue her up a spot. Emotion, though, she just gets rigid, kind of pulls up in her top there. She's got enough muscle and shape. Just want to change her a little structurally. Good job to everybody in that class.
All right, completing Class 6, Market Heifers. First place goes to Leah Ringcom. Second, Luke Knutson. Third, Cole Reynolds. And fourth, Clayton Pribble. With that, we'll start our divisional drive for the Market Heifers show. We have 6 classes, and we'll bring in the first place animals for that. If you're second place, please be waiting ringside. All right. In the divisional round for Market Heifer, out of Class 1, we have Gracie Schuerman. Out of Class 2, Aubrey Wallace. 3, Elena Olson. 4, Clayton Pribble. 5, Kara Schiltz. And Class 6, Leah Ringcob. Please be bringing in your animals now. Again, as we finish up the Market Heifer show, our judge for Ring A is Parker Henley. He is from Stillwater, Oklahoma, the Livestock Judging Team coach, and the Dr. Robert Bob Todesek Endowed Chair Fellow at Oklahoma State University. And some of the show ring sponsors for today, Midwest Communications, the elite level sponsors, C&B, First Premier Bank Card, and Premier Bank Card. For folks waiting, as soon as we finish this Market Heifer drive, we'll start right in with Class 7, Charolais and Shark Composite. We have 3 exhibitors for that. And then we have Class 8. So we'll move pretty quickly through those, and then we'll select a division champion of the Charolais Shark Composite. In the ring now is the division drive for the Market Heifer of the Sioux Empire Livestock Show, Prospect Calf Show. Also in the ring now are the second place animals. We have McCade Tews, Kale England, Brinley Fallon, Kira Knobloch, Lennon Peterson, and Luke Knutson. As a reminder, we'll select a champion division market heifer and a reserve.
Well, certainly we got a great crowd of people here watching our Market Heifer show. It's been a really fun show, and I think it'll be a precursor, hopefully, to the quality we have and the challenge of it, and it's going to make me think a little bit today. But I've really enjoyed it. I think there are a lot of heifers out here that'll go on and be very competitive at your state shows and the market show, or if you're just showing them this way today and are going to use them to make show steers, there's some really neat pieces out here and parts, and I think that's pretty cool. So best of luck to you. Thanks for getting up and getting them dressed this morning. I will share a few comments, and I'll make this a few times as I go through here. There are 3 heifers that stick out to me in this lineup, and they're all a little different from one another, and I could really see how you feed them, how you take care of them, and do some things. They all probably having advantages or having favorites. So I'll just share and kind of tell you about that. The little gold heifer up in the front, she was nice and won that good class with a pair of them there. I like her balance. Out here, maybe just runs out a little bit of horsepower compared to a few other ones, as well as this big old gray heifer back here out of the 4th or 5th class. She's fundamentally good. She's thick, she's wide, she's big rib. Maybe doesn't move just 100, and I think maybe there's a few more unique pieces up here. And then, like I said, that black heifer out of that back class, long and wide, a little tougher, tighter moving. These 3 heifers in the middle here are the 3 that I think are really in consideration, and I'll share a few comments that I like in each one of them because I think they deserve that. This heifer up here, I love her hip and hind leg. She's long hip. She's got a really good hind leg. She sets it down good. Her depth of flank really balances well to her. She proportions up and looks really good balanced from the profile. She's not as big and bulky right in behind her blade. She's probably the lightest muscled one of this group here. And I'd also just change her a touch at the top of her shoulder. But I love parts like body, flank, hip, hind leg is awesome there. This little young lady's got one here that is awesome in her center body and rib. This is the way these things ought to be built. They're fore-rib, they're flank, they're mid-rib. She's big in her stifle and wide built, and with that kind of dimension still lays her shoulder into her body wall. This heifer is athletic, so she gets out and strides and is long stepping, and I appreciate that in her. Little things, I'd maybe make this foot just a little bit bigger, and then just the way her neck comes right up out of that shoulder, you can make her be a little prouder, I guess you could say. But when you get to this view right here, she is tremendous in her fore-rib shape, her spread, her bulk, and her mass. This black heifer I mentioned, from this one's hip forward, I love this thing. I like her length of side. I like her length of front. She's big forearm. She's wide chested. Got a great rib shape and back shape in her. And you get off to the side, she still really, really balances up awesome. In motion, she gets just a little hesitant off her hind leg. She pulls her hock in ever so slightly going away. But she is square, wide, athletic, with an awesome look there. And so this is what I see in those cattle. They're all very, very nice. They have some nice seconds over there too that I've considered behind the ones that I'm going to utilize. But to me, the Grand and Reserve is going to come from this front line here when I think about them. And so put your hands together one more time. I'll take a peek and I'll shake the hand of your Grand and Reserve in this division.
Champion Market Heifer goes to Clayton Pribble of Milligan, Nebraska. And reserve goes to Elena Olson of Irene, South Dakota. Thank you to these exhibitors. And we do have a banner to present to each of them. Hey, we're rolling again. Let's go, Class 7, the Charolais and Char Composite. Blakely Bolkey, Class 7. If you're, please be making your way to the show ring. Last call, Blakely Bolkey of Kinsley, Iowa. Also, as we do these divisional rounds, if you are selected as the division champion and reserve champion immediately following the class, please make your way over to the banner for the picture. All right, if we have our exhibitors. Okay, Class 7. Class 7, Charolais Char Composite. Please enter the ring. We're still waiting on Blakely Bolkey, but we need to keep moving. So please enter the ring, Charolais Char Composite. Is she here? All right, we do have 3 exhibitors in this class for Charolais Char Composite. Danny Larson, Slayton, Minnesota. Blakely Bolkey, Kinsley, Iowa. And Avery Kuster, Lee, Nebraska. Please, Class 8, be making your way to the show ring. It's going to go quick. We only have 2 classes of Charolais and Char Composite. And then we'll select our division champion. All right, Julie just handed me something else to share. Right hot in my hand, I have for $50, you can buy a raffle ticket for the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Win one of 5 outstanding prizes. One of them is the WW Paul Scales 58SX, donated by the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Taste of Midwest Farms and Ranches dinner for 8 guests, donated by Vanguard Hospitality. Browning Synergy CX, an over-under shotgun, donated by Shields. A guided fishing trip, donated by Joe Beal and Scott Wick. And then finally, a downtown Sioux Falls package, donated by Canopy by Hilton, Sioux Falls downtown. $50, get your hands on these raffle tickets, and I will even sell them to you with Julie's permission. All right, here we are, starting the Class 7, Charolais Char Composite, 3 exhibitors, Danny Larson, Blakely Bolkey, and Avery Kuster. Class 8, please be making your way. 2 exhibitors, Lindsay Nielsen and Kirby Mulder.
Well, our first class of Charolais, we'll start with this smoky colored one here, comes to the surface pretty quickly. He is a big rib, thick made calf that looks really bulky and massive. Looks like a little fat steer here. I would say he's showing a little maturity at this weight already. I'd probably like to see him with a little more extension up front there, but he is massive and stout and powerful. Good kind of a calf to lead off. Next pair of gold ones were closer. I went with the calf with a little more depth of body, a little bigger foot size on him, just a little easier feeding kind of a look to him. I'd like to change this calf when he goes away from me. He gets a little narrow at his hock and just a little flatter in his forerib. He's having a little tougher day showing. But I like the bone, I like the length of body, the depth of side there. We got another nice gold calf here that's a little neater fronted, a little harder muscled in his kind, big square pin setting on him. He get me a little bit straight, a little shallower. I want to soften him a bit, but I could see somebody certainly liking his kind. Good job to you, though.
Round of applause for Class 7. First place goes to Avery Keister. Second goes to Blakely Bolke, and third goes to Danny Larson. A reminder to Avery and Blakely, please just move your calves right back to the show ring as we'll roll into the division after Class 8 Charolais Shark Composite. So we have 2 entries in this one, Kirby Mulder of Jackson, Minnesota, and Lindsay Nielsen of Albert Lee, Minnesota. For folks watching the show, if you're a key influence, we will do a quick divisional championship and then move right into Class 9. So if you're in Class 9, please be thinking about it. In that one, we have 4 entries. Class 9 key influenced heifers. Please be making your way to the ring. We'll roll you in right after the divisional.
Well, as we get into our second class of these steers here, these are really nice cattle, both these steers. And, this steer that leads off, I like judging fat steer shows. And if you make a fat steer at about 1,400 pounds look and balance like this calf right here, that would suit me very well. He is wide, broad-chested. His rib and his body shape is awesome. He is a big top, big hip, thick-made calf that looks like he'll feed good. And he still gets out and goes really nicely off either end of his structure. I like that calf a lot. He suits me very well. He'll be a tough one as we go through the day. This gold one is no slouch here. He's a little higher in his neck attachment there. His neck's a shade longer and maybe a touch more youthful about his front third. I like his trimness and his expression of muscle that he has. And I think that's definitely a thing that works in his favor. And again, I like this steer a lot as well too. He's not as just deep and good in his body and flank. He's not just as neat in his hip and hind leg, either walking or standing there, but that is a muscular, long-sided, neat-fronted calf there that puts a lot of good together. Congratulations to both them.
Oh, hi, how are you? Terry Jacobs.
All right, first place in Class 8, Charolais and Shark Composite Steers goes to Kirby Mulder, second to Lindsay Nielsen. And as we do, we have two animals in the ring now for selection of the Charolais Shark Composite Steer Division, Avery Kuster and Kirby Mulder. Second place animals coming in are Blakely Bolke and Lindsay Nielsen. A reminder, once the division champions are selected, please go right to the backdrop. And a final thing, the raffle tickets that I spoke of for $50 each go right to the Sioux Empire Livestock Show Scholarship Fund. So I know there's a lot of good kids that look to this organization to help them with their higher education, and this is a good way to help promote that. So.
Well, here in our champion drive of this lineup, we got some nice cattle out here. At first glance, these pair of smoky cattle certainly look alike. They're hairy, they're big-ribbed, they're dense-looking cattle at first glance here, and so appreciate that. A couple comments. This gray one talked about his positives. I would mention this. I would change him a little structurally, his front feet, and then just true, genuine athleticism through the lower third of his body back to his stifle would change that up a little bit. But I do think that calf's got a lot of mass and substance to him, and he's really, really bulky at first glance there, as well as a nice steer over there. This steer I just talked about, I like him a good deal. When you get to either end of him, he's square, perfectly off either end. He's big ribbed. He looks like a fat steer in the making there. Love just the mass, the shape, the true body type that he has to this calf. As well as this one that was second there. I think that steer is very shapely and muscular with a great look up front. Maybe just not quite the body, the hind leg of this one, but those are good cattle. And so I know these two look alike, but these two over here are the two that are athletic and shapely and muscular, in my opinion, even though their body types are a little different. We're going to use Grand here and Reserve here. Good pair of steers coming out of this division.
Winning the Charolais Shark Composite. First place comes out of Class 8, Kirby Mulder, and second goes to second place in Class 8, Lindsay Nielsen. That concludes the Charolais Shark Composite Steers, and we will move right into Class 9 of the Key Influence Steers Show. Class 9, please be making your way and entering the ring. Class 9, we have 4 exhibitors: Emily Junkie of Farmington, Minnesota; Tanner Nelson, Albert Lee, Minnesota; Braxton Reinhardt, Iowa; Riley Voss, Mobile, Iowa. Class 10, please be on deck. In the ring now is Class 9 of the Key Influence Steers. There are 3 classes of Key Influence Steers, and so we're lining up Class 10, and that is a small class of 4 steers, and we'll have Class 11 right after that.
Well, here in our lightweight key class, there's some challenge. These cattle are pretty close from first to fourth here. And so I think you could definitely switch up some things. And, you know, I'd say the next 100 days of how these cattle feed and grow will dictate a lot. This steer here is real. He's the smallest one, but I like his structure, his foot size, his length of stride, his length of front end. And when I watch him come and go, I know he's small and green, but he's genuine and square all the way from top to bottom. I'm not trying to say he's overly powerful, but he matches up high, down low. Everything kind of stays together there. I would like to see this steer a little deeper flank, maybe set his tail head down into him. This steer here is just all bone. I mean, this thing is coming next. He has got big legs. He's big, hairy, kind of big featured type of a steer. And I like that. When he stopped, he maybe looks like the class winner to me. When he's in motion, he hit me just a little tall and rigid in his movement. I want to make this calf a little wider underneath. He gets a little base narrow tracking and coming and going there, but definitely love the feature, the big hair, the kind of neat pieces there. This is another one that's similar at first glance, big hairy, big ended, big hipped kind of a steer. He's got the most body of the first 3 here. When I study his foot shape and size relative to his mass up high, I'd like to see that match a little bit more, and then I'd like to change him a little structurally at this weight. But big features, I think, and good bodied type of a calf. The white-footed one's moderate, thick, and dense here. This steer just maybe runs out of some extras compared to them other ones. Just make his shoulder a little neater, loosen him up just a shade structurally, but I think definitely a good product-oriented kind of a steer to be fourth. Good work to everybody here.
Winning Class 9 is Emily Junkie. 2nd, Riley Voss. 3rd, Tanner Nelson. 4th, Braxton Reinhart. Now entering the ring, Class 10, Key Influence Steers. Addie McKenna, Sioux City, Iowa. Corbin Clark, Logan, Iowa. Riley Runkle, Burlington, Wisconsin. And Oakland Plamp, Mitchell, South Dakota. Class 11, please be getting ready by the gate. And the winners of Class 9 and 10, please stay close, because after Class 11, we will go right into the division. Right now is Class 10 Key Influence Steers. We have Addie McKenna, Corbin Clark, Riley Runkle, and Oakland Plamp. Class 11 is the final class of Key Influence. Please be getting ready, and then we will move into the division Key Influenced selection of the champion and reserve champion. Today's show wouldn't be possible without the following sponsors: trophy level sponsors, Farm Credit Services of America, Dakota Bank, Poet, Sioux Valley Energy and Prairie Farms, Sanford Health, and friend of the show sponsors, Julie and Greg Hammer. A reminder, if you have friends and family back home that like to watch this, you can stream the show courtesy of Ringside Live. Go to ringsidelive.co to view the shows all this week, courtesy of Avera Health.
Well, this is a really nice class of steers here. No slouches down here on the bottom end either. The top pair of steers are good. I recognize the good in these cattle up here. They're very different from one another. I like cattle just a little denser made, a little bulkier, and that's why I went with this black and white one here. Specifically, I like to get around here in the front of these things and see some natural chest width, some natural rib shape, and just width of skeleton to say they're going to have enough there. And this steer's got that. He's wide, he's big ribbed, he looks like a little fat steer here. He's not the biggest in his kind, and that's where I'd like to just change him, make him a little more extended, certainly. I can appreciate that about his front end, but I think he's got the fundamentals of just width, muscle, product, and just a good body type. This black steer's got a pretty silhouette on him. He's taller fronted, he's longer necked, he's very nicely presented. I love his balance from the profile here. To me, when I get around in front of him, he really comes in a little in his knee there, pulls his hock in. To think if I mature him out, he's going to have enough dimension, but I love the balance and the quality to him. If he bulks up, I think we could really like that steer there. These next two are close. I went with just a kind of good feeding looking little calf here this young man's got. Big bone, good rib, thick made kind of a steer there. He's a little plainer than any of the steers in the class, and he gets just a touch rigid in his hind leg, but I thought he had a little more slope to his knee and shoulder, a little more body and rib than this guy here. This steer here is a long neck, big-ended, expressively shaped steer. I could see working him up. Gets a little over in his knee and a little rigid moving. I'd like to give him a shade more body, but I think good pieces there, good class, no slouches.
All right, Class 11, we need Addison Shaver of Battle Creek, Iowa, to report to the ring. Finalizing Class 10, Oakland Plamp wins that. Second goes to Riley Runkle. Third, Corbin Clark. And fourth, Addie McKenna. Oakland and Riley, please stay near the gate as we'll bring you in for the division. Class 11, we need Addison.
Well, our next class here falls together, in my opinion, fairly logically. We're going to use this white flank steer here to lead off. He is a neat fronted, neat balanced calf here that's got a big old top and rump in him. He's a muscular, shapely steer with a good look to him. I think he wins this class. He gets out and he's very athletic and long striding, so I appreciate that. He's not maybe just the stoutest in his just true foot size, but I think that's a high-end little steer there that suits me very well. Good calf. We go into a big old long, growthy black and white one that's going to have to be real big. He is big boned, and I appreciate that. Probably just make him a little bulkier relative to his length and width and height there, but I think a good calf. Just maybe ran into one that proportions out a little better. We had these two switch. Young lady, I pulled this steer ahead of this one in this close pair as you all pulled in here. The black and white one is the third place steer. This is a big top square pin steer here. Thought he had a little more muscularity, a little more look up front than the black one. He gives up some body to this one. Both these cattle just need a little more extras from a balance, eye appeal standpoint, but I like his shape, his pin width, his stoutness to be next. This calf's deeper flanked and smoother made and probably have a little more finish on him. He hit me a little plainer. I want to see a little more muscularity down his top. Good job to you all.
In the ring now and of the Prospect Calf Show, Ring A is the divisional drive for the key influence steers. We have first place out of Class 9, Emily Junkie. First place out of Class 10, Oakland Plamp. And first place out of Class 11, Josie Lawrence. Will be selecting the key influence champion and reserve champion. And for those that win, please head right over to the backdrop. For the group, Class 12 of the Herefords, please be making your way to the makeup room. And it's a small group, so if you're in Class 12, 13, or 14, please be making your way over to the makeup area.
Well, a good key show here as we keep moving along. I'm really enjoying myself. This has been a great show through 3 divisions so far. It's fun to see really nice cattle like this, and just very humbled to get to look at them. Make this comment a few times. I wish you the best of luck. Go home and brush and feed and do everything you can. make me look stupid or whatever on down the road. I hope you do. That's what this is all about, is working hard and defining odds. And so I'm here today. I get to pick them. There's some nice cattle out of this first class. They were green, extended one. I thought that little calf there was genuine and square. Probably runs out of horsepower here. This second calf here is chunky, big rib, good bodied calf that's thick and massive. He doesn't just want to lead out the best, but he's sound still in his structure. Where I'd like to change that calf is make him a little neater up through his front end. But I love the power and mass. Big pretty steer over there behind him. Got a good look. And for somebody, I think definitely would like that one. Want to stouten him up. Then we got this steer that won this last class. A muscular, shapely, athletic calf. It's got a good look to him here. To me, this steer looks like the winner of this division today. We're going to use him to win this the key division. Good job, young lady.
Champion Key Steer comes out of Class 11, Josie Lawrence of Woodville, Wisconsin. And Reserve Key Influence Steer is Oakland Plamp out of Mitchell, South Dakota. With that, we need our Herefords heading up here. We'll start first with one exhibitor in Class 12, Weston Grace of Humboldt. And immediately after that, we'll go to Class 13 of the Herefords. 2 entries, Braxton Williams and Weston Grace. Again, since we have a smaller class sizes, if you get first, please be just waiting ringside so we can get you back in for the divisional.
I just have a quick single entry as we start off in our Hereford show here. Young man's got a real sound, nice fronted, good made steer here that's got a bright future to him. All right, we'll talk more about him in a bit. Good work, young cowboy.
In the ring now, we have Class 13 of Hereford Steers, Braxton Williams from Coleman, South Dakota, and Weston Grace of Humboldt, South Dakota.
Okay, well, as we move into our second Hereford class with 2 head here, this young man's steer here is very nice. He's done a good job with him. We're getting him through the ring. He's got a good look up front. He's good-bodied, he's sound. Good little steer here. Good job to you, pal. This next one's a big old rugged calf that I think's got a lot of growth potential, a lot of length of side, a lot of bone. He's a calf that gets a little plainer than that one that wins. Just maybe not the balance or eye appeal, but he's certainly not lacking from a dimension and bulk standpoint. You're doing a good job on this other calf.
First place in Class 13, Hereford Steers, goes to Braxton Williams. Second goes to Weston Grace. Braxton and Weston, please be waiting as we'll go in for the division. After 1 head in the Class 14, Michaela Zimmerman of Colton, South Dakota. After the single entry class, we'll do the selection of the divisional Hereford Steer. Class 15, main Anjou and maintainer, please be making your way to the makeup area for ring A, and Class 16 immediately following.
I have another single entry on my side, the third class of Herefords here. A big, long-bodied, muscular kind of a calf that certainly, I think, has the appropriate shape, dimension, and width to him. You know, maybe not the nicest balanced one. You can maybe make him a little prettier up front, change his hind leg, but I appreciate his rib, his thickness, and his mass he possesses. Good job to you. We'll see him back here for champion lineup shortly.
Now in the ring, we're having our divisional for the Hereford Steers. 3 exhibitors, Weston Grace, Braxton Williams, and Michaela Zimmerman. Class 15, please be making your way to the makeup area.
Well, I'll jump in here and talk about our Hereford cattle. We have 4 head out here. They're all nice. The young people are doing a good job. Young man out of the middle class there's got kind of a heater. He's a pretty good steer, sound and well balanced. Just takes it a step further here. Bring that steer across. He'll be the champion of this division. Young man, you've done a great job. This young man up here had the first out of the first class and the second and the other one. Those are good cattle, as well as that big old thick made one. For reserve, it's probably as close as anything you could shoot and pick about any of them. I think the one that's got balance, shape, and structural correctness is actually this little calf. I'm going to use it for reserve. Good job to you, young man. Excellent Hereford jive. Put your hands together for those young folks.
Champion Hereford steer goes to Braxton Williams out of Class 13, and reserve goes to Weston Grace out of Class 12. Now we will get started in Class 15, our main Angus and maintainer. We have a scratch, so we have 3 entries: Jake Jackson, Mitchell, South Dakota; Madison Matson, Albert Lee, Minnesota; and Emma Gillis, Medford, Minnesota. Class 16, main Angus and maintainer, please be making your way to the makeup area.
Well, as we move into our first class of these main cattle, there's some variation here. And these are all nice steers in this first class, but a lot of differences. This young man steer here is a big bone calf. I like him when you get around in front of him. Chest, rib, back is still nice in that calf. He's the longest striding steer of this group. He's the best balanced steer of this group. I wish when he went away from me, he was a little squarer in his hock and just a little truer from behind. But I thought that was a nice steer to lead off. That's long strided, big footed, and has a good look to him. These next two cattle get a little tougher moving, maybe. I love how big topped this next one is and big hipped. He's a long-sided, trim-made, neat-fronted calf. Displays those front feet out, maybe gets a touch tighter in his body. I went with a slightly sounder calf there, and that had a little better rib type. This steer here is the best bodied one of the bunch. I really like that about him. He's dense and he's bulky. Something about his hind leg here, he's almost a little too weak pastern, maybe touch, and gets a shout round out of his hip. Just maybe didn't hold it all together here today, but I love his rib and his body and his thickness that he has. Good class there with some challenges down through it.
Class 15, main and June maintainer steer show. First place, Jake Jackson. Second, Emma Gillis. And third, Madison Matson. In the ring now, we have Class 16, main and Jew and maintainer. 4 entries, Elena Olson, Sawyer Van Briesen, Jackson Jones, and Macy Casper. Class 17 and 18, please be making your way to the makeup area for ring A. Thank you. Colin Rasmussen, Class 17, please report to the makeup area. Your class is in next.
Well, this is an interesting class that made me think a little bit here. I'm going to use this black and white one here to win this class. He's a thick, powerful, big top, big-ended calf that's got a lot of dimension to him. He's a little rigid, I would say, movement-wise, but he's square, kind of inside of himself really nicely. He's got a good look here. I like his body type. I think there's a couple areas he hit me just a little safer than the next one. I could see he's a little lower fronted, and maybe that's where I'd change him. I wish he would show a shade better, but I thought rear foot shape, just hind leg structure, I probably was a little more comfortable with. I really want to like this steer. I just couldn't convince myself his rear foot and hind leg was going to hold together. And I thought in a close pair, that's what I went with. If it does, I love this calf's front end, his back shape, and his muscle that he has, his trimness of composition, his extra extension there. He just gets a little weird bowy and kind of pushes his pastern. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I don't necessarily love it, and it scares me a shade. But that's a very good steer there in every other category that comes in second. I went with a big bone, long-bodied steer here in third that has a little more width down his top, a little more feature to him. I'd like to see him a little bolder in his body, maybe a little nicer up front to run with that pair, but he's as stout-boned as any of them. This is probably the best bodied calf of the entire group. Shoulder, forerib, flank, love all that in him. He's a calf that just gets a little straight up front and a little tighter moving. I'd like to loosen him up and make him a shade more powerful. Good job to everybody there on a good class.
Results of Class 16. First place, Elena Olson. Second, Macy Casper. Third, Jackson Jones. And fourth, Sawyer Van Briesen. Class 17 is now in the ring. 3 exhibitors, Riley Runkle from Burlington, Wisconsin, Colin Rasmussen from Newman Grove, Nebraska, and Cole Reynolds of Auburn, Iowa. Class 18, please be making your way to the makeup area. Immediately following that, we will do our divisional championship.
Well, this is a nice class here. We got a good steer to lead off, and this brockle face one with the white up his side. I like the stoutness this guy has up at his head, his forearm. He's really good over his rib. He's a good balanced, good structured steer that points all his feet square. I like that about him. Maybe right here from behind we just make him a little broader, but I think he's sound, good balanced. All those things are true there. This steer in second is wide made. He's big ribbed. He's big topped. He's big ended. I love that about him. I'd like to just square him up here in his hock as he goes away from me. Maybe make him just a little neater, but he just gets a little bowy there. But I think I love the rib, body, mass, and substance that he has. This young man's steer here is a little harder shaped, a little neater up front than the one right in front of him, like his length of body. I'd like to just see this steer a little better in his flank, change him a little how he goes off his hind leg, but big features there. Congratulations to you.
Results of Class 17, Maine and June Maintainer Steer Show. First place, Riley Runkle. Second, Colin Rasmussen. And third, Cole Reynolds. We now have the last class of the Maine and June Maintainer, Class 18, two exhibitors, Braylon McCarthy and Jacob Ringcob. Winners of the Maine and June Maintainers, Class 15 through 17, as well as second places. Please be getting ready to go back in for division.
Well, just two in our next class here, and this is a nice calf that leads off. He's a long-fronted, long-bodied calf. Where I really like watching this steer is when you get in here behind him, got a big old top, hip, stifle in him. His rib is nice, and how that all possesses. I think he's a really good composition type of a calf. Maybe if I'm going to change him just back into his flank, and then in motion he rolls up just a little bit, gets a little tighter, but I think that calf's got a lot of shape and muscle and product to him. This next steer here is maybe longer strided, a little deeper flanked kind of a calf. Looks like he'll feed good. He don't have quite the look or true muscularity of that first one, but I think still a solid steer here. Young lady's doing a great job.
Class 18 winner goes to Jacob Ringcob. Second goes to Braylon McCarthy. We'll now have our division championship for the Maine and June Maintainers. Winner of Class 1, Jake Jackson. Winner of Class 16, Elena Olson. Class 17, Riley Runkle. Class 18, Jacob Ringcobb. Following that, we'll have our second place winners, Emma Gillis, Macy Casper, Colin Rasmussen, and Braylon McCarthy. Folks in the Red Angus, Shorthorn, and Shorthorn Plus divisions, Class 19, Class 20, and 21. Small classes, so please be making your way to the makeup area. Thank you.
All right, well, this division is certainly close and had some challenge. Made me think in a few spots here. Some good cattle. I wish you all the best down the road, too, here as you go. This first class had a nice steer that led off there, big bone, long-strided, good balance kind of a steer that, pulls his hock in just a little from behind, but I think a good kind that I think has a future if he bulks up, masses up there. A nice steer behind him in second there. The second class had a pair of steers that were really nice up there in the front end. This white socked one is cool, tricked out fronted, big round rib, big hip, big stifled kind of a calf that's got some neat parts to him there. Love his shape and genuineness. A little lower fronted, just shoulder height. I don't know how big, from a size standpoint he'll be. I'd change him just a little bit. Movement, I mean, I think he's fine. He turns his front feet just a little more hesitant off his hind leg. Some of it's showmanship or showing, not the young lady. The calf just doesn't want to lead out. But that is a muscular, shapely, cool made one. A real trim, extended steer over there that's a little tighter ankle. Second to him, that is a really good calf as well. We get into this brockle-headed one here that is a big, extended, heavy bone steer that's really sound. I like his broadness of chest. I like his back that he has, that he possesses there. A couple little things. I would make this calf a little wider tracking going away and tidy him up a little in his sheath. But I love that he's stout enough, he's sound enough, and he's got a good look to him there as well. A big old bone, wide-made one was second to that calf there, a little more hesitant moving. Real muscular steers out of the heavyweight class that I'd like to make a little looser structured, but still a very good kind there. So that's what I see in them. They're good cattle here. I'm going to use this brockle to be grand, and then we're going to follow it up with the white-footed one for reserve. Good job. Well, on my side, we have a single entry red Angus steer, and I had to go to the young lady that's my ring steward. Good job, bud. This cowboy's doing a good work here, showing his calf, probably getting him broke. But as this calf walked in, I had to ask you're going to get him. I had to ask her what division we were on because I wouldn't have guessed Red Angus in a positive way. This steer's got a pretty neat look to him. He's hairy, he's good balanced, and very nice calf. A very deserving division winner here that certainly will be competitive on down the road. You're doing good work, bud. Congratulations.
In Ring A, we've actually had two different division winners. Winner of the Maine Anjou Maintainer Steer goes to Riley Runkle, and Reserve champion goes to Elena Olson. Following that, we had our Red Angus division winner, Merritt Moss, And in Class 20, we will have one exhibitor. This will be a single entry for the division as well, Bailey Ponto of Worthington, Minnesota. Class 21, 22, and 23 for Shorthorn Plus, please be at the makeup area. Thank you.
Well, we're going to keep on naming champions to send to our grand drive. This young lady's got a big old shorthorn calf here. The lone one in the division is going to win. He's got a head start on everybody. He's a big, deep, good feeding kind of a calf that's got some length and extension to him here. You've done a really nice job. It'll be fun for you as you go on down the line. Good work.
Champion Shorthorn, winner of the division, goes to Bailey Ponto. Now entering the ring will be Class 21 of Shorthorn Plus, 2 single entries, Ellis Schiltz of Esterville, Iowa, and Lauren Johnson of Walton, Nebraska. Class 22, Class 23, please be in the staging area. We'll follow that up with another divisional.
All right, well, here we just got 2 steers as we move into our plus division. I've elected to go with the moderate, big bone, big ribbed calf here to lead off. That gives you a good look. Young lady's doing a nice job with him. He's a touch straighter in his hock, maybe locks it in just a bit, but he's a good calf there. Nice work. This next steer, I like his length up front. I like his flank and depth there he has. I'd like to change his rear feet. And then just make him a little more powerful and square as he leaves me, but a good calf with a good body type there. Good job to you too, young lady.
First place, Class 21, Shorthorn Plus, goes to Ella Schiltz. Second goes to Lauren Johnson. Now in the ring, Class 22, Harper Johnson, Jack Junkie, and Ella Helland. Class 23 is 1 exhibitor, Peyton Hodop. Please be ready, and then we'll roll into our divisional championship.
Okay, well, we're going to talk about this class so nobody gets hurt here. We're going to use this black one. He's big boned, he's long bodied, he's got a nice look here from the profile. Young lady's doing a good job. He wins the class pretty comfortably here. I like the body type of this next one. Oh. just make a few comments. But this one here is good ribbed and sound. Young ladies is big topped and thick ended. Just not having his best day there. But that's the way they fell together here in this class. Good job to you all. We'll visit more about these two. Good work to that young lady on trying hard there.
Class 22 was Harper Johnson, second Jack Junkie, and third Ella Helland. We have one steer in this class, Peyton Hodop. And then of the Shorthorn Pluses, we will bring them the 3 class winners in for the divisional drive.
All right, well, our last class of pluses here. We got a big old red and white roan, long, thick, wide-made kind of a calf. Looks like he'll grow and feed well there. Not the prettiest one, but he's got a lot to him. So good job to you. We'll have him back here for the Champion Plus in just a minute. All right, well, the pluses here were a nice show, not a big numbers, but certainly very good quality. Congratulations to you here. These young people are fighting and working their tails off. Got a big old bone, big ribbed one up here in the front that's got a lot to him. Maybe a touch straighter, a black and white one that's good bodied, maybe a little frailer and a little different in his feet there. That was second. Nice pair of calves. We get into this middle class where we had some activities going on there. This black steer is big forearmed, he's wide made, he's got a good rib shape to him, balances up really nicely there. And then a gold calf that's big bodied, nice fronted, maybe a little off in his hip, maybe not just as sound as a couple of them, but change him in that regard. And then a big old thick, long, good growing red and white roan here. That's, again, maybe not the most balanced of this lineup. So anyway, this good group of cattle here. I think the winner, pretty clearly, this black one here. Let's put the hands together for this young lady.
Class number 15, we're looking for Bree Lunenberg.
Bud, pull your calf up here.
Our results for the champion from the Hereford division, ring number 2. Champion goes to Braxton Williams out of class 2. Reserve Weston Grace out of class number 1.
Good job. I live in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Yeah. No, I did not. I just worked there. I worked for LSU. Central Missouri. Eugene is the town. It's right close to Jefferson State. Yeah. South there. I don't know about that. It's a part of Missouri. What are we on now? How many of those are there? 3 classes. 2, 6 total.
All right, that wraps up our Shorthorn Plus division. Champion Shorthorn Plus steer goes to Harper Johnson, and reserve goes to Ellis Schultz. Now we'll get into our Simmental steers show. Class 24, 2 exhibitors, Taylor Halverson, Sioux Center, Iowa, and Hadley Roseboom, Hayward, Iowa. Class 25, Class 26, these are relatively small classes, so please make your way to the makeup area. Thank you.
Okay. I know we just got them set up, but let's try to walk them, all right? You want to go either way, it don't matter. You just come over the nose and go this way. So that way no one gets hurt. There you go. Now you spin around that way.
Attention in the barns. We need exhibitors for Class 25, Aspen Kuster and Josie Johnson to please make your way to the makeup area.
Lead these around here one time.
I think this class challenge is to show you guys, I think all of the previous cattle structurally, he's plenty challenged, in my opinion. You like to change his hock setting and how he goes from behind. That calf's a little awkward in how he's shaped in his shoulder, and I'd probably smoothed up his knee joints a little bit more to make him look a little smoother. But why he wins this particular class, he's opened up, he's powerful, he's got a fairly unique look, big in terms of his bone. I think the prospect calf, that one hits me the hardest. I think he'll have to stay together as a big calf, and that's the question you're left with in this ring. The next calf, if you give him more body, you really like him. He's very sleek and attractive up front. He's big and square down his top and out of his upper hip. I think a calf is mobile enough in terms of his skeleton, maybe a little awkward in his passing at times. For as big as he is up high, he wants to base narrow underneath. That calf ever gets chubby enough middle, he probably beats the calf in front of him, in my mind, because of how he's built structurally. He just hit me too tubular today, and that's why he lands where he does. The challenging part of the class is this calf that doesn't have his tail ball here, that ends up in third. Really loose built skeleton in terms of his structure, smooth build. It's a really good feed kind of calf. He's a little out of balance from his chest to his flank. He's the narrowest track and lies muscle calf by some margin. I think he's got enough shape and product. That calf will get better in ease time. Be a good fat steer, I think, when it's all said and done. He's ready to accomplish capital powerful calf in this setting.
These two steers here are pretty close. They're very different from one another. I've elected to go with this black steer that's a little longer sided, a little longer stepping, trimmer made kind of a steer with some more extension. He needs to be wider made for me, and that's where I'd like to see him a little thicker. But today, showing showmanship of the calf, the way he just reaches and goes there, I'm a little more comfortable with. I like this little steer here. He's thick, he's big ribbed, he's heavy boned. I'd be mad though if I got beat by one that just won't walk. And so this calf, just to make sure his structure is good enough, I'd like to see him at least lead out and travel. He just rolls up into a ball when you get him in motion, but I like him standing here. Good calf, nice steer to be second there in this lightweight class.
First place, Class 24, Simmental steer, goes to Taylor Halverson, and second to Hadley Roseboom. Now entering the ring, Class 25, Aspen Kuster, Josie Johnson, Addison Brueggemann. And then finally, Class 26, we have one exhibitor, Peyton Hodop. Then we'll move right into division. So if you were a class winner in the Simmentals, please stick around.
Well, this is an interesting class. There's only 3 steers, and they're all pretty good. And, I like all 3 of them, and I hate that somebody's got to be third here. There's just a few differences in them, and I think they all have a lot of potential to them. I started with this calf up here. He's really striking when you first see him. He's kind of a dense, bulky, big-ribbed one that's, just massive when you get right on top of him. His foot and his bone work is so stout and powerful. Gives you a nice, ready look here from the profile. I think a good calf. He's got he's not as neat fronted as the one in second. My one area that I would change him is just how his hip is built there. I'd like to lengthen him just a little bit out of his rump. But I think, if you just stand off of him, he's the one that tracks a little wider than this next one. He's got a big old forearm on him, and he's athletic when you get him in motion. He reaches and strides comfortably enough. This steer here has got a wild neck set there. He's cool looking. He's very proportional in his flank depth. He's a little longer in his hip structure than this steer. He's just awkward today in how he moves. He's a little more immature everywhere you study him. My one thing I would change is when I watch him walk away, go ahead and lead him out. He gets a little narrower there, maybe just a little weird from behind when you watch him go. But I do think cool neck set, big pins, hard muscle shape in that guy. This steer here, from just a carcass standpoint, is really good. He might end up being the heaviest muscled calf of this group, but I thought all 3 of them were pretty heavy muscled, and I would change him a little in motion. His shoulder rolls up there. You see a lot of action. His tail head pops up. But if everything's settled in, he's as stout and as muscular and as powerful as anything in that group. Good job to you all.
Class 25 winner goes to Aspen Kuster. Second goes to Josie Johnson. Third, Addison Brueggemann. Class 26, 1 exhibitor for the Simmental Steers, Peyton Hodap. And then we'll go right into the division. So we'll need our first and second place steers to line back up in the makeup area. After the division is Class 27, commercial steers. 2 exhibitors, and then we'll go 28 commercial. So commercial steers to round out the show. Please be thinking about it.
I'll beat you to it. I got a single entry Simmental gray one here that's thick, wide. He's going to be a good carcass steer here. Maybe not the most agile one, but we'll talk a little more about him. Congratulations on your single entry. Okay, well, here in our Simmental division, 3 classes. The first class had a nice pair of steers there that were very different from one another, green, long-sided, sound-made one, a thick, moderate one there, both getting those 2 broke. Our last class winner we talked about here, I love his width, his power, his substance that he has, shape, muscularity there, good feeding calf. Like to make him a little prettier everywhere, maybe loosen him up a little bit. Our middle class here had these pair of paints. This one's big bone, loose structured, got a cool look to him. That one's a high-headed, really expressive one there. They were good cattle in a very challenging class. I think it only makes sense we'll keep these 2 pair of paints out of class 2 together. Congratulations to you.
Winning the Simmental steer division is Aspen Gooster out of class 25, and reserve goes to Peyton Hodap. Now we're going to take a short break, actually. Very short, so hang around there, calves, for class 27. Judge needs a quick break. I am bound and determined to sell a raffle ticket while I'm sitting here for the scholarship. For $50, you can join a fund to make a difference in a young youth exhibitor at the Sioux Empire Livestock Show for the scholarship fund. And on that, you have a chance to win one of 5 outstanding prizes that are donated by some of our wonderful sponsors. A W.W. Paul Scales 58 SX, donated by the Sioux Empire Livestock Show. Taste of Midwest Farms Ranch's Dinner for 8 guests, donated by Vanguard Hospitality. Browning Synergy CX Over Under Shotgun, donated by Shields. A guided fishing trip, donated by the Sioux Empire Livestock Show most famous couple, Joe Beal and Scott Wick. A downtown Sioux Falls package, donated by Canopy by Hilton. So someone please come visit me. And they are only selling 500. And if math would serve me well, those are very good odds.
Yeah. I'm a journalism major. Don't ask me to do that.
Here choosing champion and reserve. All right, starting off our Crossbred Steer Show, we have two exhibitors, Layden Larson of Lakefield, Minnesota, and Bailey Weltheimer, Sac City, Iowa. Class 28 Crossbred Steers, please be getting by the makeup area. Only 3 steers there. And then Class 29, you're on deck. Class 28, Peter Ringcobb, please find yourself and make your way into the staging area. We're about to close up Class 27, and your Class 28 will be in the ring soon.
Well, we're going to get things started in our crossbred division, our first class with 2 head. This little calf right up here, he's little, but he's pretty good. He is a long neck, square pin one that's got some shape. He's pretty young. He's kind of weird looking about his head, I will say that, just different. I don't even know how to describe it, but man, that calf's pretty darn good. He's got a bright future ahead of him, but I like him a bunch. Good job to you, buddy. Got a black calf here that's deep-bodied, smooth, maybe not just quite as neat-looking or shapely as that one, but glad you got him here, get him showed. Nice old calf, looks like he'll feed good for you.
Peter Ringcobb, we're still waiting for you for Class 28. Winning Class 21 of the Crossbred Market Steers, Layden Larson, and second was Bailey Weltheimer. Class 28 Crossbred Steers now entering the ring.
Well, I just have a pair of steers in Class 2, the Crossbreds. We're getting into the low 7s here. We got a nice red steer. He looks like a calf that'll feed well. He's big-bodied. He's adequate in his muscle and his shape. I think he's a good-looking calf, too, that really sets himself apart and wins this class very nicely here. Maybe at times he gets just a little more hesitant off of his hind leg, but not a major thing, just something we'll talk about later on. A little smoke calf here that's really neat-fronted, expressively muscled, shapely kind of a calf. He's a little straighter, a little tighter structured. I'd like to give him a little more true body depth and true width to his skeleton, though. Good job to you all.
Grant Shipoff, we need you for Class 29. Please be making your way there. Class 28, Commercial Steers, first place goes to Michaela Erpelding, and second goes to Colby Darling. Now entering the ring, Class 29, Crossbred Steers. In Ring A, we now have Class 29 of the Crossbred Steer Show. We have 5 exhibitors: Autumn Colvin, Gracie Bruns, Savannah Sheehan, Brinkley Black, and Grant Shipoff.
Well, Class 3 of the Crossbreds have 5, and it's a close race down the line here. I thought this young lady steer, though, won fairly comfortably. He is a good-looking steer that's got an adequate amount of muscle to him and is sound enough there. You know, I'd like to see him with a little more body and rib. And he's still a little immature and a little gangly in how he moves, but his angles are all read right. So he wins the class. Then I went with this big old stout, thick-made calf in second here, big old rump in him. He's a little coarser, about his front end, out of his hip. I'd change him there. But I thought this steer in third is not necessarily a lot sounder, and that one just had a lot more to him. I like this one's front end. I initially liked his smoothness, his length of stride. He's a little straight up front too, and then big thing is he doesn't quite have the muscularity, the width of those ones there. Similar thing here, a smooth made, long-sided calf here. He's got a little more bone than that one. He's a little plainer fronted relative to the amount of dimension he has. This calf's a little thicker made, more like the one in second. I can see him moving him up to third. I love his body. He's got a little more than the ones ahead of him. His shoulder and structure there is where I'd like to change that calf. He just kind of balls up. But close from 2 to 5, a really nice steer to lead off. Good work to you all.
Results of Class 29, Crossbred Market Steers. First place goes to Savannah Sheehan. Second, Brinkley Block. Third, Gracie Bruns. Fourth, Autumn Colvin. And fifth, Grant Shipoff. Now entering the ring, Class 30, we have 3 exhibitors, 1 scratch. Marshall Shipoff, Larissa Sitzman, and Madison Utesh. Class 31, please be making your way to the makeup area. Class 31, Kaylee Bruns, please make your way to the makeup area, Class 31. And then we will ask for Class 32 to start making your way up there. These class sizes are getting a little bigger, but please be ready.
Well, this class has 3 in it here, and you know, these steers are cattle that I think can get to a big weight, but they're certainly very skinny in some attributes right now. It's a big bone, long fronted, big ended kind of a steer here. He's just a little gangly is what I would say right now through his body, tail head pops up just a little bit. But I think that steer, when he settles in, matures, that's a pretty good calf there with some length of side, so some structural integrity, and that's why he wins. Standing still, this calf looks a lot like him. You know, length of side, some attractive look up front. He's big-backed and big-ribbed in the shape, I mean, of it. He needs to be deeper-bodied, and then the real thing that gets him into second is movement. He's a little tighter and more restricted there. But I saw a little more quality, a little more balance in that calf. This steer here is a little deeper bodied. He too needs to be modified in his structure as well. And then he maybe just didn't hit me with as much balance as those first two. Good work to all of you all.
Class 31, Kaylee Bruns, please report. Your class is going to enter the ring. Kaylee Bruns of Paulina, Iowa, please make your way to the ring. Your class is in the ring. Results of Class 30, Crossbred Steers. First goes to Larissa Sitzman, second to Madison Utesh, and third to Marshall Shipoff. Now in the ring, Class 31 of the Crossbred Steers. We have McCade Twos, Kaylee Bruns, Elizabeth Schabel, Braylee Cleveringa, Lucas Sheehan, and Tyler Wallace, Bristol Fallen.
Well, this is a good class of these things here, and we get a pair of these gray ones up here that are really nice, and I really mean that. And I know these cattle were as good as they come from lots of different places, and so we're going to have steers down here in the lineup that got a lot of future. They look like cattle that'll feed well, and so my compliments to you. I just got to place them today. This steer is really fits me well, and some things he does. It starts the ground. He's big-footed. He's loose-made in his structure, but he has some feature to him. That calf is square off either end of his structure there. I like his length of front end. I like how he goes to the ground there. What I would call the difference of this top pair is athleticism. This steer is just a little more shapely through the base of his body, base of his quarter. He's a little bigger footed. And then when this young man puts him together here from the profile, that is a neat looking little rascal there, all right? I like him a good deal. He's got a touch of shoulder is where I change him, and I sure wish he'd just want to show a little better. But, man, that calf is perfect in his body. He's big-hipped. He's punchy in his stifle. He's a good kind of a calf. I like this steer a lot too, and so I'm not being critical or anything like that. This calf's depth to his flank, his mellowness that he looks like he has, is tremendous. For that kind of body and softness to be that neat up through his front end, that is really, really cool. I think this steer looks like he'll feed well. He's got a bright future to him also. When you get over here, maybe like this perspective right here, he turns his front feet just a little bit through the base of his skeleton body. He's not as just shapy in the way I read him there, but I really like that calf as well. This steer, this one's an awesome feeding calf. I love his body type, his true width and muscle. When you watch him go away, he's wider than that calf right there in front of him. He's a good calf with muscularity to him. I would just a couple little things. This steer's not just as enamoring when you study him from the side, when you get him parked up, not as neat right about his shoulder, his hip, his hind legs, not as cool. But this calf is fundamental. He's wide, he's big-ribbed, he's sound. He does a lot of things very, very nicely. Those are three very good steers. I'd love to see how they feed out here. Big Red is kind of enamoring to look at first glance. He's a big-topped, big featured kind of a calf with a big hip in him. I can see that. He's a little rigid from behind, and then when I study him kind of underneath, he kind of doesn't match his width to the surface, gets maybe just a shade narrower. Big up high, hairy, big featured steer there, a little awkward stage to me. This steer here is maybe a little more genuine off either end than the red one. I love that about him. He's great bodied. He's a good fat steer in the making here. A little shorter hipped and a little frailer hind-legged. When you put him in motion, he falls out of balance a little bit. But I love his rib type, his front end. That's a good steer, and I can see you working him up as well. Then we're going to get into a shapely, muscular calf here that's big bone, a little coarser, maybe jointed, maybe just not quite as neat looking as them other ones, but good old calf. Big old long, extended, green-made steer here. It's got more extension and flexibility. In this class, he ran out of muscle and body and rib there. Good class, crossbred steers. Congratulations to y'all.
Results of Class 31, Crossbred steers. Winning that was Tyler Wallace. Second place, Braley Cleveringa. Third, McKay Twos. Fourth, Bristol Fallon. Fifth, Elizabeth Shable. Sixth, Lucas Sheehan. And seventh, please be making your way to the makeup area. Thank you.
All right, well, this is a good class of steers. There's very high quality cattle all the way down this lineup here. This steer wins this class for me. I like them like this in terms of just genuineness of chest, body shape, back shape, pin setting. This steer is genuinely wide and square and athletic in his kind. He's got a really attractive look up through his front end there still. He's an athletic moving kind of a calf too, in terms of reach and step and stride. His just true barrel shape, his back shape is really, really cool. He's not the most flexible out of his hind leg, but he goes, he reaches, he moves. He's plenty good enough there. This calf at first, he's a little off-colored, and his hair's not great in some areas. But I like this steer when you really start studying him. He's nice fronted, he's big ribbed, he's big topped, he's thick ended. He's got a little more shape and width and muscle than the one in third. That's why I liked him there. I'd change this guy's feet just a little bit, set him down, let him reach just a little more off his hind leg. But he's a neat built, wide made, cool one there that goes in second. This steer in third is pretty, and he's got a nice hair coat. He's really well presented, pretty up through his front end, beautiful headed kind of a calf. I just don't know if there's enough just meat animal shape there. When you get in behind him, he fades back a little bit for me. I'd like to thicken him up right here from this view, but he's sound, he's smooth, and he's very pretty to look at. This next steer is giant hipped. When you get behind him, I mean, his pins are set out here. He's got big old legs on him. He's round bodied. I want to change this guy movement and on his back feet there. He's a little rigid, but he's tricked out in some pieces. A soggy made, deep sided calf comes here with a lot of hair and bone to him. Love his rib, and that's what I like better than that one. This calf gets a little plainer up through his front end. He's not just as expressive as a few of those, but I'd just like to make him a little neater up front. This steer standing still has that advantage. He's neat chested, necked, and head, and big pinned. Structurally is where I need to modify this calf of that first cut of good ones there. We want to deepen him up and loosen him up as well. And we're going to get into a big old bone, long-sided calf here that's a little rigid moving, a smooth made, nice fronted steer that needs a little more muscle and needs to be a little looser. Then we're going to round out the group here with a black and white calf that's thick and powerful, a little coarser, and a pretty sound, attractive steer there that's a little bit narrower as he comes and goes. Congratulations to all of you.
Results of Class 32, Crossbred Market Steers. First place goes to Thatcher Werning. Second, Madison Madsen. Third, Madeline Kramer. Fourth, Emma Gillis. Fifth, Sam Everson. Sixth, Corey Shrunk. Seventh, Olivia Moen. Eighth, Clara Heitbrink. Ninth, Maya Christensen. And 10, Gunnar Durkee. Now, Now in the ring for Class 33, Ring A, we have 5 exhibitors: Skylar McCarter, Cami Shrunk, Ryden Cleveringa, Chase Moen, and Harley Hansen. We have 2 more classes of the Crossbred Market Steer Division, and then we'll go into the Division Drive, and then go to our top 10. So Class 35 is the last class of Crossbred Steers in Ring A, and then we'll move into our Division and top 10.
Well, a slightly smaller class of crossbred steers here that falls together pretty comfortably for me. This is a nice calf that leads off, that's big bone, muscular made kind of a calf. Look how his neck comes up out of his shoulder, and then to be that kind of big and burly from behind in terms of muscle and shape. To me, he's got just a little more feature. He's got a little more true muscularity to him than the gray one here. He's in a little bit, he's a little wound up here. We'll get him through again, settle him in, and we'll talk about him in the line up there. Maybe see him move out a little straighter lined, I guess. But he's sound, he's heavy boned, he's shapely. This next steer here is real good ribbed and bodied. I love that about him. He's a smooth, good feeding looking calf. That's his advantages. When he goes away from me, he gets a little narrow at his hock. He's not as just shapely or as tricked out, as cool looking as that first one, but a good old fat steer prospect there. This next one is long necked and muscular and shapely and long bodied, a little rigid moving, a little tighter in his body and flank. I'd like to soften him up there. We're going to get into a good ribbed one next here that's long strided, a little plainer in his appearance, front end. I'd change him a little bit out of his hind leg too, but growthy, long-sided, good calf there. Then we're going to round out the group with this black one that's deep and wide and thick, a little plainer in his appearance too. I'd like to sharpen him up in his lines of shade. Congratulations to everybody. This is a good class of these steers here, and we got 3, 4, 5, 6 of them up here that are awfully good. These two steers stood out to me when they came in the ring. I like this calf's just rib, body, foot size, natural broadness that he has to his skeleton there. He's still a good balanced kind of a calf that puts a lot of things together very, very neatly here. Nice steer to lead off with. This calf in second, there's not necessarily big things wrong with these steers. This one's more neater, I guess, up through his front end. He's a more expressively shaped calf that's harder muscled. I appreciate that. He's got a wild look up front. He's presented and clipped beautifully here, and he stands out. He's a shade daintier in his foot and bone work. He's not just as bulky and good and rugged in his body type and in flank depth as that one that wins. Good-looking rascal that's really, really well presented and striking from the profile. This next steer here, standing still, he looks a little more like our winner than the one in second. I like his bone, his body, his balance standing here. In motions where he sifts out of those three, he's not quite as flexible. He doesn't maintain his balance. I'd like to lay his shoulder into his body wall there a little bit and smooth that up, but he is dense and bulky in his kind. This next steer is sounder than the one ahead of him. He's a big, long, loose-made, pretty correct structured steer. Gives you a good look. I don't know if he's got as much muscle as those first three. That's why he sorted down here, flattens up a little bit in that roan calf. This one here, the next pair were closest, a big old bone, long-sided steer. He probably has a little more expression than the one ahead of him with more feature. He gets a little narrower tracking. He hit me as a little bigger and ganglier today. I'd like to just intensify him, moderate him a shade, soften him up a bit too. This next steer here's got a real nice shape down his top. He's really good in still in his rib and his body. He's a nice size steer. You know, as fat cattle, he might work up in the class today. He's got a little extra sheath. He's a little plainer about his front end, and he gets just a little tighter moving from behind. But that's a very good steer there. I think will make a nice market-ready calf down the road. Smooth, sound, deep calf comes next here. I'd like to see him a little wider, thicker, and stouter. Then we're going to round out the group with one that has those advantages in width and stoutness. I'd like to see this calf a little sounder and a little neater balance. But overall, a very good class, high-end steers up top.
Please make sure you have the correct back number on. We have a couple participants that didn't have the right one on. Class 35 is our last class of Crossbred Market steers. We have 3 exhibitors, Taylor Ossifert, Aubrey Bruns, and Autumn Lunenberg. If you are a Crossbred Market steer, first or second place, please make your way into the makeup area as we will go to the divisional round.
Well, as we move into our final class of these crossbreds, we got 3 of them, and they're all fighting a little bit. This little calf here is going to win the class, not little, but comparatively, his frame size is a shade smaller. I like his rib, his body, his just natural width that he has, and he moves the soundest too. So that's why he leads off there. Maybe is not as neat up anywhere as some we've seen, clean him up a little in his front end. But a good body, good sound-made calf there. Pair was close here. I went with the big bone, long-sided, big-ended steer, and the black one. He's a little coarse, maybe. He's not as sharp. He's a little bigger in his sheath, but bone length, extension, muscularity won out. The little gold calf here is probably a little smoother made and deeper bodied. I'd like to make him a little wider and also clean him up a little up front. Good job to you all.
Before we do commercial drive in Ring A, we're going to have Ring B finish up the rest of the commercials. And then we will do your champion commercial of Ring A. Then we will do champion commercial Ring B. And then we will do Ring A overall, Ring B overall. So we'll finish up in Ring B before we do commercial drives. As we get ready to do our commercial drive of ring B, again, we're going to start with ring B. I'm sorry I misspoke earlier. We're going to start ring B, but you are going to enter where you entered for ring A. Again, we're going to do ring B, but enter where you did for ring A. So make your way towards the west end of the building.
Attention exhibitors, if you were second or third place in our commercial division in your class, please be ready in the staging area. Again, in the ring right now is our Ring B Commercial Prospect Calf Division Drive. Immediately following will be our Ring A Commercial Division.
Hey, we got a real good, excuse me, this mic's a lot louder than the other one I had. That was a little loud. We got a real good lineup here of these crossbred steers. It was awful fun to work through the kids and the cattle. I guess they give us the opportunity to take a few more out of the divisions. In this one, we might just stretch a little deeper because there was a lot of really, really good crossbred steers. I think as we work through it, we'll just briefly talk about them because I've done that in every division, and I don't want to stop here into toughest division of the day. Neat built Class 1 winner. It's a little off in his jaw, but a nice look to him in terms of muscle. This red calf, if you give him a different rear running gear, man, I like that calf. Bold through the center part of his body, big and broad in his back, pretty nice in his neck. That's going to be a good fat steer. Keep his legs underneath of him. I think you're really, really going to like that calf. I think we get into this next class. It was a little tougher to put together. That was the calf that balanced good, a little off in his shoulder, a little off in his rump, real solid calf. The next calf was really intriguing, neat looking and long necked. He had some muscle shape to him. Got a little tangled up off his back legs. He's a touch more immature as he develops and gets some rib and flank. I think his balance and his look can really pay dividends. This calf is really good structured. It comes behind one of the really good rear-legged calves of the entire show. Love his hip and pin setting and tail head, how he's built down to his hock and his hind leg. That calf's got a nice design up front. I don't know if he's got quite the mustard and shape. When you get on top of the cattle out here, he's a touch flatter fore-ribbed. He just needs more back right behind his blades, and he's got just enough from behind. But, boy, that's a good-built, good-looking calf. This next calf really hits you hard when he comes into the ring. One of the very captivating calves that we've seen at this point in time in the show. I think what he does uniquely is part for part and size for size. He's not a big guy. He's a littler guy, but his shape is so good. You get on top of his middle part of his rib, his fore rib, and how it transitions up to his back. It's one of the really good animals we've seen in that area alone. I think he's really genuinely wide-backed, really wide and big out over his hip. That calf is balanced like a fat steer, but he still looks youthful, like he's got longevity and gas left in the tank. When he gets in motion today, he could get just a touch hesitant. but I don't read him bad in terms of his angles or how he sets him down. But that calf hits you with quality. He hits you with shape and mass and power. I think part for part and pound for pound, he's definitely one of them that's in contention out here. This next calf was in an interesting pair of calves. We had him and we had a real practical white calf. I didn't know what was to come or where he was going to fit together. That calf has got big pieces, but he's a little piecey at the same time. His neck sets on crazy wild into the top side of his shoulder. He is really broad and wide-backed, but he's a little short and round-hipped, and his tail head comes out funny. He's a little off in his shoulder, and when he moves, he can kind of look a touch awkward. That calf's got big, limber legs. He's big and massive and shapely in his back, really high in his neck attachment. The next calf is easy to find. I think just his color grabs you. You want to really like that calf. He looks like a fat steer just in terms of his basic image today. He has got the biggest legs with the smoothest joints that we've had, and that comes down to his foot. I think he's a good-footed calf. That was quite a class that he was in. I thought he was very easy to find in that class, as good as them steers were. I liked how far out he was on his corners off either end of his skeleton, how big and square he is all the way to the ground. That calf's got a big rib cage in terms of depth. He's plenty broad in his chest. He's big enough in his hip. You have to ask yourself, does he shape up expressive enough out of his back? Is he as truly bold in the middle part of his forerib? I think he's got a big, massive upper hip. Does he have quite the stuff down through the seat of his pants? I think so. He stands really wide from behind. We end with a calf that's big-ribbed and good-looking and practical that just doesn't quite balance up with these other cattle. We're going to get out here, and I think it's between the two I looked at an awful long time. That calf, to me, is very, very unique in his look. He's very bold in the middle part of his body cavity. He's insanely broad over his back and big out over his hip. He can get just a touch cute walking today. If you let that slide by, I think he dominates. If you want to get into the mature calf that's big in terms of his bone and really loose in terms of his movement, you want to get on the calf that's broad-made. And then you got to ask yourself, is he youthful enough? Is he unique enough over his back and out over his hip? I think it's awfully close. This calf just hits me right today. He's your champion. Congratulations to this young lady.
Your champion in the commercial division for the Prospect Calf Show goes to Thatcher Werning from Emery, South Dakota. Your reserve champion commercial calf is Keegan Steck from Woodstock, Minnesota. Third place out of the commercial division in Ring B is Josie Lawrence from Woodville, Wisconsin. Fourth place in the Ring B commercial division, Ellie Knutson from Esterville, Iowa. And fifth in this commercial division Madeline Kramer. If you're ringside, please bring your calf to the ring. Our fifth place commercial prospect calf from ring B is Madison Matson from Albert Lee, Minnesota. Sixth place is Madeline Kramer from Fulda, Minnesota. And seventh, Tyler Wallace from Harris, Iowa. And those will be your placed overall animals from the Ring B commercial division. Give us a minute here and we will move it into our Ring A commercial division. Exhibitors in the barns with questions about showmanship. We will do showmanship after we break to take photos for our overall winners. So it'll be about a 15-minute break once the show concludes to when we do showmanship. And we will start with seniors, then go juniors, and end with our beginners. Entering the ring now, we have our division selection for our commercial calf division, Ring A.
All right. Well, I am thriving right now. I got to take a lunch break, so at my size, I do really well after I eat. So I'm pumped back up. I'm ready to go here. It's been a little while since I've seen these calves, but some nice stuff out here. I've got my mind made up. I want to share a few comments. It'll be a really nice, grand lineup in a little bit. I thought there were 5, 6 steers out of this division that I want to definitely have around to see kind of how things hash and shake out here in a little bit. This young man up here in the front's got a calf that I think's got a lot of potential and future of a steer. Looks like a good feeding calf there. A little shorter striding maybe, but I like his just front end. He looks like he's one that'll be a good fat there, good calf. We got in maybe a couple lighter numbered cattle or classes here. Nice level made steer there that won that class. Big featured steer here, a little narrower made. I talked very highly of this gray steer, and he still suits me very well. I think he's big-footed. He's really long out of his rump. He's genuinely square in his kind. And I think he just fits together really nicely. In this lineup, there's a couple of them that are a little hossier than him today, but I like that calf pretty good. This next one, I like to look at these steers when you get to a 3/4 view over here to the front of them, and that's where I like this steer a lot. He's really good in his chest width, but his shoulder's smooth, his rib is round, his back is big. He's what I call very athletic in his body type, his muscle shape. He's a calf that's got a good look about his front end and balance as well. Touch stiffer moving, but he's not unsound. He's plenty good enough there, and he's really, really shapely and muscular. I like some big pieces of this calf here next, and he's very intriguing. His feet are giant, his neck sets up there good, his back and top are huge. He don't just look as sharp as a couple of these other ones. Now everything fits together there. I want to see that calf mellow out, soften up a little bit, but I think there are things there that he has that it takes to win big shows as well. This gold calf I like a lot. I talked about he is a good-bodied steer. So good in his heart to his flank there. He's a long-hipped steer. I like the length of stride that he takes off of his hip and hind leg, as good as anything in this class. He's a well-presented steer that's got a sharp, balanced look from the profile. He is a good calf that does a lot of things well. There was another steer that was second to him, I believe. It's been a while ago that was tricked out and long-necked and hard-muscled. I probably like this guy's forerib and flank a little better there. If I were going to change this guy's, I would make him just a little more athletic and just shapy when you get to the 3/4 view there. He's starting to have a little more maturity to him. But I do love that calf's hind leg and his body type, his balance, and his look there. Young lady's got a big old ribbed, long-strided steer that won the heavyweight class. A little plainer up front, but he'll sure be a nice calf for you as well. So these steers are all pretty good here, and I guess as somebody that likes to judge some fat steer shows, you should pick your prospects like you would pick your fat steers, in my opinion. And there's a few things that I just prioritize a little bit higher when I'm judging a fat steer show. And to me, that is muscularity, shape, genuineness of width, and balance. And I think there's just a few little subtle details to me, but really good cattle. I'm going to use this little black steer right here as extra shape to win the Crossbred division.
Your Ring A Prospect Calf Show Commercial Division. First place goes to Thatcher Werning. Second place goes to Keegan Steck. Third place is Josie Lawrence. Fourth place goes to Tyler Wallace. Your fifth place overall is Ellie Knutson, and sixth place is Madison Matson. I apologize, I might have gotten those numbers wrong. My apologies here, folks. I missed one of our exhibitors. Our fifth place exhibitor is Harley Hansen. Sixth place is Ellie Knutson. And seventh is Madison Matson. And those are your overall commercial division from Ring A. All right, attention in the barn. Our next class up will be overall Ring A. So if we can have our champion and reserve, and if you were placed in our commercial division deeper than that, please have your calves ready to go and come ringside. We'll get started here in a moment. Ring B, we'll do right after Ring A. And then again, after we've picked our Ring A and Ring B overall top 10, we'll take a short break for photos with those winners and then move into showmanship. Our showmanship will go seniors first, then juniors, then beginners. For some additional clarity, our division champions will come into the ring and our reserves will wait ringside. So if you have a reserve champion division winner, or if you were, again, placed a little deeper in that commercial division, please stand by. We'll have those champions in the ring first. Thank you. In the ring now, we have our overall prospect calf drive for Ring A. We have our 10 division champions in the ring now.
All right, well, we're going to come to the end here of our steer show. These calves are getting a little tired here. I want to first say thank you for coming and showing your calves to me. I understand that there are choices, that you can always go anywhere you want to, but it's really humbling anytime somebody wants to come and show their calf and get your opinion, and I do not take that lightly, so I really appreciate that. I'm humbled to stand out here and work with really talented young people across this whole lineup. It's been a fun little show to work through. First off, as thankful as I am, I think you all have to be thankful that you're provided a venue to exhibit your animals with the Sioux Empire Livestock Show and all the support they get here to put this on. I especially want to thank Brooke, who's around here somewhere. She ventured off. Where did Brooke go? There she is, down there. Let's give her a nice round of applause. She put a lot of organization into this and has done a lot of hard work. This morning when I showed up, she was dirty from her, like she had been out working and getting things set up. And so she's not just organizing, she's out here doing all the hard labor too. I also have to say thank you to my handlers over here too. And the gentlemen have been traveling us around and took us to dinner, Randall and Austin. So I appreciate all the volunteers. It's fun to see old friends and visit and eat dinner. Thank you very much for that. I've enjoyed being up here, and we've got another day of heifers, but I will encourage you all as you leave here, if you're done showing steers, enjoy some family time. There's a lot bigger things in life than the Sioux Falls Prospect Steer Show and who was in the top 10 and who wasn't. I would just think about your family and getting these calves out and enjoy some time with each other. And if you don't, I get that too. People are always mad at things. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But, really take advantage of every day you get and spending it with people that you love because it is a blessing to be a part of this industry. I've enjoyed the steer show here. I'm going to keep my comments brief. My counterpart, he likes to talk a lot more than me, so I'm going to be shorter so that he can spend a lot of time educating everybody. I have had a blast. I'll go show you your top 10 steers. Put your hands together for them.
Your grand champion from Ring A is Thatcher Werning from the commercial division. We'll bring in our reserve champion from that division next. Your reserve champion for Ring A comes out of the commercial division as well, Keegan Steck. Third place in your Ring A overall goes to Kirby Mulder out of the Char and Char Composite Division. Fourth place comes out of our Commercial Division, Josie Lawrence. Fifth place comes out of our Key Influence Division. Fifth place is also to Josie Lawrence. Sixth place comes out of our Commercial Division, Tyler Wallace. Seventh place out of your Main on Jew and Maintainer Division, Riley Runkle. Eighth place comes from our Market Heifer Division, Clayton Pribble. Ninth place overall comes out of the Key Influence division, Oakland Plamp. Your final animal in our top 10 from Ring A comes out of our commercial division, Harley Hansen. Let's give all of our exhibitors a big round of applause for our Ring A overall selection. We'll take a beat here and move into our Ring B overall drive. Again, if you are a division champion for Ring B, you'll go in the ring right away. Our reserves will have you waiting on deck. If you were in a commercial division where we selected a little bit deeper, please make sure you're on deck as well. And then immediately following our overall Ring B selection, we'll do a short break for photos, and then we'll move into our showmanship, which will start about 15 minutes after that. And we'll start with seniors and with beginners. Entering the ring now is our overall champion drive for our Ring B Prospect Calf Show.
Well, I won't take any extra time because I know we've been through probably one speech already, and we got a little showmanship here this afternoon, and obviously probably some cattle to show tomorrow. And it's been a long morning and early afternoon here, and the cattle are certainly wearing down and getting tired. But a couple comments that I'll make here as we get ready to conclude this show. It was just an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity to get out here and work with your young people. It was a tremendous show of quality. The market heifers were outstanding. The show steers were phenomenal. I really think picking a top 10 is very justified in this particular show because I think there's a lot of really good top-end steers that we looked at. And I think there's a lot of differences that we looked at in these cattle. And there's a lot of justifiable rankings that you can utilize depending on how you put your preference and your priorities. We got cattle that are big boned, loose built, maybe a little more fat steer looking, and we got some really prospect looking ones that are youthful and unique and maybe not quite as futuristic in terms of structure, but really futuristic in terms of their look. I'll go through and I guess show you the top 10 that I like, but I like a lot of them, and I think you could probably go even deeper if you really wanted. So Again, I'm not going to take any extra time. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors. Phenomenal steer show and market heifer show here this morning.
Your overall prospect calf champion for our Ring B show is Thatcher Werning out of our commercial division. Your reserve champion for Ring B, also out of our commercial division, Keegan Steck. If we could get the reserve champion Key steer to the ring, please. Attention in the barns. We are about done with our photos at the backdrop. Parker will be judging showmanship. So if you are one of our senior showmanship contestants, this would be your first call to come to Ring A. First call to Ring A for our senior division.
If you are in Heat 1 of Senior Showmanship, please make your way up to the ring. Now entering the ring is Class 1 of Senior Showmanship. This will be a first call for Class 2 of Senior Showmanship. In the ring now is Heat 1 of Senior Showmanship. Heat 2 of Senior Showmanship, please make your way up to the show ring. Tyler Wallace, Taylor Halverson, Braylee Cleveringa, Avery Keister, and Addie McKenna, please make your way up to the show ring for Senior Showmanship. I don't know about the points.
Well, as I get things started here in the showmanship division on the senior side, I think this is going to be a good competitive group. I'm going to bring back 5 individuals. A young lady over there to pull across. And these 5 young ladies, we're going to work more as we come back here. They've all done a very nice job. Want to have an adequate group of them to work through. This group here, you're doing a nice job. Just a few things, either with how you hold the halter, getting the feet set up, where you stand, just a couple little details that I would like to change there. But we'll have these come back in a minute. Congratulations.
Coming back from Heat 1 of Senior Showmanship is Josie Johnson, Riley Voss, Leah Shute, Bailey Ponto, and Autumn Leuenberg. Okay, is this heat? What about these 5 that did show up? They're just not going to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is heat.
So we're in 2.
A lot of them probably were going to scratch anyway.
Or the 1A.
Now entering the ring is Heat 2 of Senior Showmanship. There are only 2 heats of senior showmanship, so following this heat, we will have the selection of the champion senior showman. So if you were called back from heat 1, please be ringside.
Well, here in Heat 2, a smaller group of 6, so I'll keep half of them here, keep these 3 young ladies. I liked how they walked their calves into it, got everything pulled together. You did a great job, just didn't get the feet set up here. We were right on the line too, but got this front foot winged out there a little too far. Wanted to get that a little quicker into that. Same with you here, just maybe didn't quite get the feet set up or get them pulled together as quickly as those 3 young ladies over there. But good job to all of you. Congratulations. You all can stay here. We'll have a champion senior lineup pretty quickly.
Staying in the ring from Heat 2 of Senior Showmanship is Emma Gillis, Elizabeth Schabel, and Harley Hansen. Now entering the ring is the Senior Showmanship Championship. If you are in the first heat of junior showmanship, please make your way up to the show ring. This will be a second call for the first heat of junior showmanship and a first call for the second heat of junior showmanship. Again, right after senior showmanship is over, we will go right into junior showmanship.
Well, I'm certainly glad that you all hung around here to compete in the showmanship division. But I will ask, all the guys your all's age must have been scared a little bit, all right? I think we had one, so you all ran them off because y'all are pretty good at showing here, all of you. What I can appreciate, all you young ladies are very professional in the way you've presented yourself. That's great. You've done an outstanding job with your calves. I'm pretty quick on knowing what I like in showmanship, and other people could certainly jumble that up or move that around. I want somebody that's very smooth, that looks professional, that holds themselves together, and they do the little extra things with their calves that I like to see. Just how they'll get their chin out, their backs down, their tails tucked into them. Just every little thing that makes their calf just show themselves off just a little neater. I notice all those little things. It's much more than just walking them into it, because every one of these young ladies have done that, pulled their calves together. I want some of the little extras, the ring awareness to things, and I think there's several of them that have done a fantastic job at that. So great job to you all. I would like to start at the top end and work down for the top 5 in the senior division here, because they've been tremendously exceptional. But very close on top, but the champion senior showman's going to be this young lady right here. Let's put our hands together for her. Nice work. Other one that really caught my eyes, this young lady up here with this white stock and calf, black and white one. Excellent work to you. Great job. Great job. Third place is, again, very, very close, and I liked a lot of things. I thought this young lady with this big black steer down here did a great job. She's going to be third place. Good work. You bet. Very close again as we keep going on down the line. I like this young lady right here for fourth. Good job. And fifth place, we're going to go with this young lady right here in the orange, all right? Good job. Excellent work to everybody. Very close, very professional.
Champion senior showman was Josie Johnson. Reserve champion senior showman was Emma Gillis. Third overall was Autumn Leuenberg. Fourth overall, Riley Voss. And fifth overall, Harley Hansen. Now entering the ring is our first heat of junior showmanship. If you are in the second heat of junior showmanship, please be ringside, and this will serve as a first call for beginner showmanship.
All right. Well, this is a good group in our juniors. We'll keep working these three. These other three did a nice job, young man. Your steer just didn't want to set his feet up there as much. Same there with you. Work on that transition of the show halter to your hand there as well. Maybe young lady here, in terms of equipment-wise, I'd maybe shorten up that lead rope just a little bit so it's not so cumbersome. You all three will be coming back here. Did a nice job, young man. Way to fight through adversity there. We'll have you all back and work out with you a little more in the champion junior drive.
Coming back from Heat 1 of Junior Showmanship is Emily Jenke, Levi Sitzman, and Cole Reynolds. This will be a second call for Class 1 of Beginner Showmanship. Now entering the ring is the second class of Junior Showmanship. Following this class, we will have the selection of the champion junior showman. Another reminder that following the selection of our champion junior showman, we will go right into beginner showmanship. So if you are in beginner showmanship, please make your way up to the show ring. Thank you.
Well, in Heat 2, the juniors, again, I've probably elected to pull those three, just to have three from each of them to come back and fight a little bit more. Young lady, you're right there. Your calf just doesn't want to walk around and set up as quick. Those feet. Young man, one thing I would tell you to do is if you take a step this way, you go this way off your calf and scratch on his chest for me, all right? Do that for me. Keep stepping this way. Keep coming this way. Keep going. There you go. I would rather you stand a little bit more out in front of the nose of that calf when you do it and maybe scratch on his chest. To me, that makes their front ends look a little longer. would be something I would have you do. You did a nice job setting his feet up. Just stand up there. You work on, look at those feet back there. That's what I'd like you to change. And then here, when you come in and you're leading your calf, I'd like you to switch that hand around so you got a little stronger grip on the halter, just from a few mechanical things. Maybe work on getting the loin down on that steer there. So good job to y'all. We'll have these three or stay in here, and we'll start our junior champion lineup. Congratulations.
Called back from Heat 2 of Junior Showmanship is Leah Ringcobb, Weston Grace, and Madison Utesh. Again, following the conclusion of junior showmanship, we will have beginner showmanship. So if you are in beginner showmanship, please be waiting outside the ring.
Okay, well, here in our junior division, a good competitive group. The young men have held their own this time, all right? Don't fall out by the senior age group like the older bunch there, okay? You guys are holding your own. This is a good lineup. I thought there were three individuals that really set themselves apart. Minor little differences between those three and just how they do a few things, but I'll make just a couple little comments, and that way I know they're down the line, and then we'll rank them from first to sixth here. Young man up there in the front does a really good job, really stocky young man there. Times you get maybe just a little anxious, all right? You get to going a little fast with your show stick. Be my only thing I'd tell you to just calm down just a little there, but I love how you put your steer together there. Young lady there, you do a nice job getting the feet set, but sometimes maybe like there's the tail was up or little things like that, just to maybe keep your calf put together right there as well. I don't have many things for this young lady. She's got very good presence in the ring and done a good job getting everything together there. Your heifer, you got to stay on her tail is one thing there. She holds that up, so keep that together as well there. This young man just, he just continues to do a nice job. I mean, maybe he's not as intense as one or two other people, but he hasn't made a ton of mistakes. He's just kept working with his calf there really nicely. This young man does a good job. He just don't have a best partner today, wanting to fight you a little bit, but I can appreciate how you're doing there. He's making you a little nervous, and you're getting going a little quick with your show stick. Just relax, and I think everything will hold together very nicely for you there. This young lady's another one that does a great job. She really puts this calf together all the way around. She's super calm and comfortable, and just hit me as very, very professional. This is a good group of them, but this young lady did a fantastic job, so she's going to be our champion here. We're going to follow her up for reserve with the other young lady at the black heifer right there. That's third in the line. You'll be reserved. Congratulations. This gentleman up here with the Hereford is going to be our third overall showman. Good job, young man. Then fourth is going to be right here. Good job. And then we're going to go fifth here with this young man. And congratulations to y'all. Good work, buddy.
Our champion junior showman went to Emily Jenke. Reserve junior showman was Leah Rinkob. Third overall junior showman was Weston Grace. Fourth overall was Madison Utesh. And fifth overall was Levi Sitzman. Now in the ring is beginner showmanship. A huge thank you to our judge, Parker Henley, for evaluating showmanship today.
All right. Well, I think this is the last class of the day. Is that correct? Well, again, thanks for hanging around and showing here. Good group of young beginners. These young ladies are doing a great job. Keep working. I can really appreciate the top couple. You can tell how much they've worked with their steers and have walked them into it, or animals, and the way they set up their feet, that's tremendous, okay? Best of luck to you. I enjoyed visiting. They were told me that they're about done for the day. They had to get up early, and they're tired of breathing in all the dust like me. So I won't bore them any longer. These two little girls right here that are second and third in the lineup, they're just cute as buttons, and they're doing a great job showing their steers here. They're pretty close, back and forth, and I wish them the best of luck down the road. They both are just walking their calves into it and doing a great job. Little things that sort them, of just some feet things, but man, you girls, you guys keep battling on down the road here. I'm going to use the young lady here with the black calf to be our champion. This young lady's going to be reserve in this division. Good job to you all. Good job. We'll go with third is the young lady up here in the front. Congratulations to you. Fourth will be right here, and fifth. Put your hands together for all of our beginner showmen. They did a fantastic job.